So today, we're continuing on where we finished off last time. Well, that's not actually true. So, last time I continued after the stream because I needed to do some tests, and I actually started implementing the install so we can actually install. So we were able to do it. I'm just gonna switch to Linux. So we were actually able to do it. For example, we can see here that we actually were able to download an app image. So it's fairly easy to do. I mean, once I fixed all the issues with libcurl by using a valid verification, that I put the right things in the right place. So in libcurl, I'm just gonna do okay for that. That's the command we're gonna pass to actually install it. Yeah, so once I finished that, so I made sure that I added a user agent. Now everything worked. And then I started doing the install, which is just getting the bytes and putting them into a new file, basically. It's kind of crazy how a binary in the end is just like elf assembly. Well, anyways, on Linux, it's going to be different assembly on a different machine, but when you install a binary, it's just go get me that text, which is some binary data, and put that into a file, and that's an executable, basically. Of course, I'm simplifying because we're doing it with the case of the app images, so yeah. So we started doing the installs. It started by working fine. I ported over. Well, not I ported it over, but I went and got some of my code that I used for Kmake. So that's another tool that I'm working on another project. But I went and got the code that I thought would be cross-platform, and I realized that the strtoke function, it acts differently, or seems to act differently in on Linux, which is not fun. And it's gonna make it so that I'm gonna have to change the logic, and later on I'm gonna have to test if that logic works on Windows. So what basically happens, if we want to understand what that function does, yeah. So right here I have a recursive make directory. So the recursive mkdir, which is recursive mk make directory. So to do that, we first need to make a directory. We first need to determine, does that directory exist? If it does, don't make it, basically. You can see the logic, mkdir out mode, blah, blah, blah. Now the issue is actually the strtoke, the function that I use here. So basically in C, when you want to separate, let's say you have a long file path, and you want to actually separate the string and get each individual block to actually be able to test if the directory exists, you have to use the strtoke function. Now what happens is on Windows, when you do the strtoke, it returns a token, so a card pointer, that has the substring. And then you can take that substring. So let's say I have, I'm just going to give you an example. So let's say I have the path. This is my path. Yeah, let's start here. So let's say we're going to do the strtoke. When we call the strtoke on the path, it should, well, on Windows what it does is it returns the first part. So it gets the delimiter, and then it gets the first part. So, for example, that would be this. Well, yeah, that's a bit this. So that it would return that and give that to the token. So that's fine. The issue is, on Linux, what it does is it doesn't change. It returns a trash token, and it changes the value of the variable path. So if the value of this was this, it's going to become this. So on Windows, I built my logic upon the thinking that the token would actually be the value that we're actually giving to the path right now. And if I remember right, on Windows, it actually did both. So it modified the variable, and it put into the token the value. Now, that's a bit stupid, in my view, in the sense that, yeah, the token should work. It should return the token, and we can actually go look, if I remember, on the man pages, which there are man pages, but no woman pages. But that's really, man is for manual. But I don't know why they don't call it like the manual page or whatever. Anyways, because manual may be manual. Anyways. Okay, so yeah, the man pages for strtoke. Hey, M. Blankzewski. How are you? Good, you. I didn't have time to... I'm good, and you? Well, I haven't... Well, I streamed semi-regularly in the last month, but I had a huge break. Great. I'm glad you're fine, too. So yeah, the strtoke returns a car pointer. So they return a pointer to the next token. So I think that, great. Yeah, well, I think I've streamed mostly in the afternoon. Well, afternoon in Canada. So I don't know. That's pretty late if you're in Europe. So that's probably why also. So maybe the reason that my things didn't function was because I wasn't using the right function. So maybe I should use strtoke r, and that would function like I think it should. But I don't get, like... Oh no, you need to add the save pointer. I think I'm gonna have to read the manual. Maybe it's just an issue on on the Linux version that I'm on. So yeah, I just explained it, but I'll explain it again for you. Basically, I wrote a file system recursive mkdir, so make directory. Oh, okay, it's just to make it tread safe. Yeah, so I made a recursive mkdir, and I used str-toke, so this was on Windows first. Now, the behavior on Windows was that when you called, yeah, I'll do it here. So let's say I have this path here. When I call the str-toke on Windows, it would return as a token this substring. So this here. Yeah. That I would get. It's just I'm not using threads right now. I'm only on the main thread because it's a relatively simple. Oh, okay. I didn't know about that actually. Thanks for the info. Yeah, so the str-toke is supposed to return a token, and on Windows that token is actually the substring, so the string that you got. So all the logic that I built for that function used well, that behavior, because it considered that the str-toke would return the substring that the str-toke returned. Now, what's actually happening is on Linux, it's not returning a token. It's not returning a substring. It's actually returning a value, a random pointer value that doesn't seem to have any link to the string. And then maybe it's a double car pointer, but I mean, looking at the man pages, it doesn't seem like it is. It seems like it's just the car pointer, so it should be just the substring. And they return a pointer to the next token. Yeah, I can sure. I mean, I didn't try it yet, but I'll try it now. It's a good idea. Because, well, when debugging, actually, it was kind of just a pointer. But maybe I could just, like... Yeah, I'll try something on the watches. And maybe I can not change the logic, but just change a little bit how it works. So let's do that. Okay. So we have the token, right? So the token is supposed to be the /home that's right here. Because the full path before was home, etc. Yeah. Well, it's actually what I was doing with the while loop here. But it's just because we can use the... I do it here for another reason. But like I said, since the function doesn't seem to... So... Yeah, so you see it's returning some garbage memory address. But maybe I could explain it by something else. So let's see. So I would have thought maybe it was because of the Aloka. Maybe the Aloka is being evil, like someone told me. By the way, you proposed a do while. I hate do whiles, but that's just for aesthetics. Yeah, well, you see, it's not the end of the world, but maybe it is. Maybe that's why I'm getting issues with str-toke. But I would find it weird. Like, how would... So let's change... I'm just gonna use a stupid malloc instead of a Aluka. Yeah, I know. But I started using Aluka because someone else told me about it. Because I didn't know we could actually make the stack bigger. But again, if it's making issues like I'm encountering now. Because I think I'm using Aluka on... Yeah, I'm using it in the main. I mean, the end goal would actually make to make a custom allocator. But for now, I just wanted to... It should... Yeah, I know it shouldn't. That's why I'm like, it shouldn't, but... Yeah, exactly. And the marvelous undefined behavior is always fun. I mean, what I should probably do, and it's kind of annoying because for a C application, I could probably just test it on the... in the main loop. So even before doing anything, just try out the str toke. So if it's based upon the issue that we encounter, well, if it's an allocat issue, we would see it from there. Str toke. Home. That's what I'm... Great minds think alike, I guess. I'm already running. Oh, it failed. Cool. What did I do wrong? Oh, okay. Thank you, compiler. So, is the token home? Okay. So I'm blaming the Aluka then. So yeah, because now the token works as it should, basically. And where's my where's my home? Where's my home? Okay, where's the home variable? Yeah, okay. So let's do a breakpoint. So home is, yeah, good. Yeah, so it's Aluka being trash. That's fun times, fun times. So I'm just gonna remove Aluka from my life. Or actually just call it... Because anyways, I'm freeing the text. Oh, that's not the right place though. Where am I? I'm in the FS. Okay. So let's remove Aloka from my life. Parbyte data. Malloc. Like, the issue is that Malloc and Free are slow. But I mean, I prefer stability over slowness, I guess. Well, like, compared to... like if you're doing a game and you're doing mallocs while the game is running, it's gonna cause issues. But I'm not doing a game, so it doesn't matter for now. Yes, the download is really slow, indeed. But that's why I want to actually do it on a thread. So that we can actually create other stuff while it's downloading. But for now, it's all in one thread, just to simplify everything. So, where is the text used? There. Okay, so we're gonna malloc. I'm gonna try to not remove Aluka from... Well, maybe I should remove it from everywhere. Maybe it's just a bad idea. Yeah, of course. So after doing that... maybe I should just free the memory at the end of the text. Like here. Free the text. I could do that for now, but when it's a hot loop, but it's not a hot loop for now. So I'll leave it be for now. But indeed, in the future, I should probably do that. But what I'm probably going to do is actually redefine malloc. So I'm just going to use that new malloc to... Okay, so do I have any more Aloka? So here, it's fine, I guess. That's in the print name. Maybe it's because I was actually changing the stack size in the main loop and then changing the stack size in all the other ones. But I mean, it's kind of weird that str toke is... Oh yeah, I should probably use malloc everywhere. Yeah, I'm gonna use malloc everywhere. Because, yeah, it causes issue when you have multiple functions that use Aluka. So, well, show me the Aluka. Malloc. Anyways, I'm already deleting something, so I am already calling free, so. Yeah, indeed, we love it. We try to avoid it at all costs, though, because I don't want to break everything. But indeed, we love it. But I find it funny, though, that, like, that there's not a general way of handling memory. Like, it would have been fun to actually have the Aluka function. Like, for example, you make an Aluka that's actually just a general allocator. And that allocates a big chunk of memory, and then when we exit, you actually use the... But I don't know if we can get and see. You don't think it makes sense? Well, for example, like string manipulations, you usually need to have like a little copy of your string. It's rare that you can only work with one type of string. I know you can use like an array, but yeah, I know, but The issue is when you don't know what the size, because you need to statically know the size of what you have. But not in all situations can you know this information. So for example, you're actually let's say you have a text file, right? So you want to be able to have a copy of the text file, so a copy of the same data, to modify that data. Well, you need to malloc in that case. Let's say because it's going to be recursive or whatever, and you can't use Alloca. Yeah, but I am the client. That's the thing. Or the user or whatever. So that's... Because I can't always... Yep. I still get what you mean, but... It's just one of the things in C that I kind of find annoying when you need to... It's mostly for string manipulation, actually. And it's the situation where it's more complex in C in general. So, I mean, that's life, I guess. But I found that the concept of Alloca, like if Alloca could be implemented in another way by not dynamically changing the stack size, like if it would be something that you could use easier. I know, but again, like that's the issue with C in general. Well, you just make a general allocator, like I said, that allocates a chunk of memory, and then you have a function, let's say, so alloca init, for example, and that allocates, you determine the size that you want at the beginning, and then it's going to adapt by itself. Yeah. But it would just be another way, because malloc, you need to... I mean, you can redefine malloc and do whatever you want with malloc in general, but it would just be like a generalized method of doing this, so that when you can't know the size, you don't need to use malloc. Yes, of course. But that considers that you already have a chunk of memory allocated, right? So realloc needs... well, I think you can pass... Maybe it can resize. But again, you gotta be careful, because if you resize and then you write over another pointer, yeah, it's an alias to malloc. Maybe it's me that's thinking badly, actually. Yeah. No, that's exactly what it is, realloc. It works like malloc if you pass a null pointer. So if yeah. But again, I don't know if we could do... Again, you need to free, right? Because the advantage of Alloca is you don't need to free. So that's why, like, having maybe the... It would just be a way of allocating that would be generalized and would be simpler when you just want to pump and dump, basically. Because that's just something that I want. That's the advantage that Alloca has, is you can just pump and dump data, and then you're done. And I just want something like that. Like, free the memory when I'm done with the function. That's basically it. I know it isn't too hard. It would just be a like quality of life thing. But I'd like to know. It's just for ease of use. I mean, because maybe I'm used to simpler languages more. I don't know. But even for users, a pump and dump method would be kind of fun. Just to be able to... And not have a speed impact or whatever. But yeah. I don't want to implement a garbage collector. Like, a garbage collector is way too complex for the job that you actually need to do, right? But it's probably fun, like, if you want to do that in life, like, write your own garbage collector. But at the same time, I'm like, yeah, I prefer actually having control over my data. But again, I think I'm just going to implement a function that just has like a pump and dump malloc or something later on. Like, for now, I don't care. I don't know if we can actually know. Yeah, I could use a macro, but I like to know if we can actually, like, how is Alloca implemented to actually know when we're exiting the stack? Well, not the stack, but the function. That's the thing that I would like to know. But I'm gonna have to look at the source, basically, is my guess. Have a go at looking at glibc or something, and yeah, and implementing a yeah, but I don't want to extend the stack. I'm not gonna modify the stack basically if I implement a better Alloca. I'm just gonna make a pump and dump malloc that's gonna free the data. Probably, yeah. But how does it know that the function is exited? That's the thing. There's probably something that it needs to do to know that, basically. So eventually, I'll go have a look at that. But that's just me whining about C. I mean, in general, without that little annoyance, I love C. Like, everything in C is quite fun. Oh, okay, so that's probably why. Yeah, I know. I know there's no concept, but they need a method to know when the function is exited. But like you said, it frees the stack. So that's probably why. So it's by default, like you say. Anyways, I'll try to make a big brain moment somewhere in the future where I think how we could implement the pump and dump behavior that I want. Yeah, there's probably that. But that's going to be compiler specific. And I would need it to be like cross-platform. So I'm going to have to see if it exists in the compiler world, if it's available on all compilers. And well, they maybe have different methods of doing it. So I'll see. Like, I know GNU has a lot of... Sometimes it's funny because you see that GNU has some interesting things that they implemented in the C compiler. And then you go on Windows and it should be there. Like, it's a simple logical thing that should be implemented by the compiler to simplify our lives. But it's not in MSVC. And I'm like, how? Why? Like, why does MSVC doesn't implement something that's just logical, basically? I don't have the example like close to in my mind, but yeah, I saw that at some point. I was like, that's cool, but it's GNU only, so I can't use it. Well, I can use it on all GNU systems, but it's gonna be like hacky on all the other systems anyways. So I'll stop whining and just malloc everywhere, and free everywhere. I'm probably gonna leak somewhere, but it's probably like the issue that I had was probably because I was using alloca in the main loop, well, in the main function, and since that function isn't exited, that memory is not freed, so that's probably why I had issues. I'm gonna remove the str toke here. But I'm gonna have the same issue with a function calling another function. So, for example, in install, I can't use alloca, I need to use malloc. And that's what I did. And just to avoid the issue, yeah, I'm gonna do that. Yeah, and it's just a little command line, right? So, alloca. I don't know if this can actually find in files. Can you replace? Well, not there, because we didn't do alloca there. So let's do malloc. Oh. I'm still gonna have to... Well, that's on Windows, right? But... the greatest ID on Linux can't rename. It probably can, but... yeah, I'll let the OS clean. But, I can also remove the alloca from here. First step. But it's not all the OSs that free, right? But that would be probably just on a board or something. Yes, Windows and Linux free, but it's more on like socket on a, like, for example, a Raspberry Pi with a minimal OS wouldn't free, but that's like an edge case. Probably Debian frees. Yes, yeah, SoC, exactly. System on a chip, exactly. So it's more for SoCs. I don't know why I thought about SMBs, which is another thing. Yeah, it does by default indeed, which is just Linux, but maybe it's different for Raspberry Pis. I don't know. It should, in theory. But I don't have a Pi. I'm gonna have to buy one eventually, so... there's no more alloca. We've removed the alloca from our lives. Let's just try to build. Yeah, I meant T-data, indeed. data. Is there another error? Yeah. T data. Let's try to build. Wow, I use T data everywhere. Oh, what happened there? T data. Yeah, well, the goal of having the Raspberry Pi is actually to make a custom console. So that's like far. Well, maybe not that far. Because I find, well, yeah. So I saw someone that started making a custom console with Raspberry Pi, which is cool. And they use Debian. That's fine. But I would want to have like one of the things that annoys me. So for example, let's say I want to watch Netflix with my girlfriend or something, or I just want to play games. So I use my girlfriend's computer usually, and the OS is whack. So like watching Netflix sometimes it's on Windows, but yeah, I won't write a custom OS. I'll use Alpine Linux because it's minimal enough for the use case that I want. Because Alpine is quite small, actually. So just using Alpine Linux and then just having like a basic interface. Because I want to have the feel. Like, that's a bit demanding, but I want to have the feel of the N64, basically. So what I love about my N64 is I boot and that's it. The application is right there. So I want to have a pretty close to the same behavior, ideally. And then everything just works. Of course, the N64 is all custom. Like, the chip is custom, everything on the hardware is custom, and the OS is custom, and it's really minimal. But I want something like that, where you can just boot it, it just works, and then you can either watch like your TV. Yeah, exactly. It just works. And I don't know how we got lost as an industry where like booting a system is so damn slow. Or like, I know it's an issue with the computer of my girlfriend's computer. The main issue is that she has a 5400 RPM hard drive. Okay, so that's slow, right? But why should that slow down Netflix or something like that? Yeah, probably because of the variability of the hardware. So that's why I want to have like one, like, I know we can have very different Raspberry Pis. Yeah, that's an advantage and a disadvantage also. Yeah, but I just want a system like, yeah. Yes. And then like all that piece of stuff is fine. What I mean is the more stupid stuff like having a UI that's slow, so that sometimes like the Windows UI is terrible, and it's just gonna crash or something. Like Explorer just regularly crashes on her computer, and I think it's because of the hard drive, but I don't get why it crashes that much. Like Windows used to run on that minimal hardware. Oh really? It takes 3 seconds to boot to the command line. Yeah. And you used. Oh, you built from scratch and it takes 3 seconds. Oh. Yeah. Maybe I should have a look at something else. I don't know. I mean, yeah. CLFS. I'll have a look. I can even look now. CLFS. Let's see. Let's write that on Google, because sometimes DuckDuckGo doesn't like. I don't want to see the CLFS. I mean, I might have the right system or something. Common log file system. Probably not that, right? This? The Windows kernel mode CLFS library? That's what you're talking about? CLFS track. Okay. Cross Linux from scratch. Oh, okay. I mean, that's interesting. So you could like weigh the cons and pros to using whatever with whatever. I'll have a look at that. Like for now, it's not on my to-do list. My to-do list is actually making an app image installer. That's what I was doing. Yeah, the issue with... So I like to make a custom OS. The issue is when I want to have... Like... the issue would be like, how do I connect... How do I use like web apps? They're a huge hog, and that's an issue on itself. But like when I want to see movies or want to see series, I just want to be able to use that like a browser to do that. Even though I would prefer having like a custom application for Netflix. I don't know if you can be a third party and make an application for Netflix. Probably, but you want to nudge me toward the rabbit holes, right? Write a browser, yeah. Easy. No, yeah. I mean, everything in due time. But like minimally, to make a minimal OS that you can make games on. I think that would be like the minimal case that I want to provide. And then afterwards to have other mediums. Like maybe I'll just use like, maybe I could cheat something somehow. Because I know that they used the browser file system for streaming Netflix. Well, it's not. It's like IndexedDB or something. So I'm sure I can like get the data directly from that. So I could have like a Windows computer, like the fast Windows computer that would actually run that, and then I would just get that data. It's a bit stupid, or it could be a Linux system. It doesn't matter. It might be stupid though. And then just get the bytes and then show the bytes. But maybe they have a decoder. Yeah, they probably do that. So they get the bytes, but then they decode the bytes, and they probably like don't have the video bytes directly. Anyways. Eventually, maybe. Like the minimal thing that I would like to do is actually have like a system that you can boot and start making games fast. Like I said, you boot your N64 and it just works TM. I would like to do the same thing, but for a minimal OS where you can actually make games. And maybe you can use LibreOffice or something, because LibreOffice isn't that. I mean, it would be complicated to compile it, but I would really need to see what to do. Anyways, research for another time. Let's continue on, because I'm not programming right now. It's a good having a talk about that, but yeah. So we freed everywhere, and we compile, and it's all up to date. So let's go see if our STT works now. If it's the case, it was just because of my Aluka, which, considering that, maybe I'm gonna need to change how I work. Maluk. Did I freeze the data? No, I did not. Ah. Yeah, that's the thing now. Oh no, okay. That's fine. So free out. Cause we don't need it anymore. Okay, so let's try that again. So is the token the right thing? What? I still have issues? Why? Oh, okay, because I'm dereferencing it. Cannot access the memory. So there's another issue, I guess. What's the other issue, though? So why is strtoke not working here? Let's go through the call stack. Yellow. Okay. So what's my path? What is my path? So is it because it's I don't use Malik here, and then it doesn't like my life? That would be so stupid. So the value of path is this. So maybe it wasn't even Aluka that was the issue. It was more the default behavior of C. So using this as the path. Because that's the stack memory. Yeah. So let's do that. Car pointer malloc and size of car times path. So that's gonna fix the issue, probably. Well, okay, what's happening though? Cannot access memory at address. And now the path is all bullshit. Cool. Oh, it doesn't have zeros in it. I need to mem set it. That's the issue. Mem set path 0. Just use path name, whatever. Yeah. So the path is fine. And the token is cannot access the memory address. Okay, what's happening here? Path is home. What am I doing now? What am I doing that could cause this issue? Do I have multiple paths? Yeah, fine. That's later. Yeah, that's later. 3. Really annoying. Is it because of the offset that I'm passing? So the token is bad data for now. That's fine. Token. So it can't access the memory. What's the value of path? Let's delete all these. That's fine. What could trash my... Can strcat cause issues? Or could the offset... So that's an... Oh yeah, I don't want the declaration, so it's an int. Oh, that's the app. Is it? Okay. So it's not a stack issue per se. It shouldn't be anyways. It's really annoying. But let's go see. Let's go have a look. We do a lot here. Could we maybe overflow? STR. This is gonna grow, right? Is it because I'm using strcat a lot? Can any of these like trash? Okay. Throw none null. This just seems odd. Yeah, some extern code probably, yeah. It'd be fun to just see the... Yeah, probably. So it's not the good strcat probably? Yeah, probably. I'll have a look at strcat. And maybe... I hate it when it's an issue based on... like when you order the things wrong. So it's probably just string, right? Do I include string in the FS? I don't include string. But do I use strcat? I did it there. I'll use it here. Okay, so that's the first thing. Now, fs.h shouldn't have the string. Yeah, it doesn't. So that's the first issue. I mean, I don't know why that's not an error, though. Can it be included by stdlib? Yeah, it would be the libc that I use right now. Because I'm not I'm on Linux, right? So Um, that shouldn't fix anything, but let's say it does. Do I use string here? But it was really for the install, right? Okay, let's have a look. So that's gonna give us. What happened there, though? Yeah, that's the weird part. So string length seems to change the value of path. Like, just watch this. So I have why does that breakpoint break now? So my path is this. Like, I would like this to be at the end, or to be somewhere else. That's annoying. Now, you see the path. The value of the path is that. Okay, now it's fine. Okay, so now the token is fine. So it was just, I didn't include the string.h. But that should be an error when you compile. Maybe it's because I'm adding it after stdlib. Probably because stdlib includes it. Let's go have a look. Let's use that one. Uses stddef. Does it have strcat? strcat. No, it doesn't have strcat. So those include errors, like, why it's probably an error is because includes are a preprocessor directive. So the preprocessor can't detect. And it's just including the source as is. But where was I getting my strcat? Like, it should have gotten the... Anyways, it works. Yay, it works. Now... let's just test out if the recursive mkdir works. Oh, God. Fun times. So we set it to 0. Then the token, yeah, if token not equal null. Yeah. So the issue with the out is it doesn't have the slash before it. Because we're actually parsing and then we're getting the... Okay, let's see. Let's just still use it, like, see where we land. Oh, that's gonna create... Oh, no, it already did it. Ah. It created a home directory here. In deployment. Yeah, I did. That's bad. Let's not do that. Okay, let's do the odd thing. So if path 0 is this, So that directory exists. Then we're gonna add this, and we're gonna get the next token. The next token is that. Then we're adding that. That exists. Fine. Shovel doesn't exist, so we're gonna create it. And we're gonna add it. Apps. Then we're freeing out. It succeeded. It succeeded in the industry, so now we're gonna test our copy file. Did I forget to do something? Oh yeah, now it's downloading. Of course, the downloading takes a lot of time. While I have you, M. Blankzewski, did you ever use curl? Or libcurl to be more exact? So the file name is this file. We're gonna create it. Mod. And then we're gonna go in here. Okay, so we fopen for reading the source file. I'm gonna fseek, fend, fread. Oh, that's gonna be wrong, right? Oh no, it's fseek, right? It doesn't care. Or fread. Maybe it will. We'll see. The destination file is 2. So where do we want to write it to? Oh, that's totally bad though. Okay, let's go back in the stack. Oh, we modified path. Why did it like modify path? That's so annoying. It is so annoying. Okay. Let's put back the code that we had before. Not that though. Two, 5, 6. And then we're gonna do that. So car, no, that's the path max. Path max. The dump path. So we're gonna dump this. And that's gonna be nothing. And then we're just gonna memcopy. The destination is dpath, which is a dumpable path. And then we're gonna copy from path And then it's gonna be the size, so size of car times path max. So then instead of passing path, we're gonna pass the path. Like a function shouldn't, or yeah, no, I think I should do that in the function. Because it doesn't make sense for a user that, yeah, I'm gonna do it in the function. Because for the user, it's really stupid when a function changes your pointer. I know we need to consider that behavior, but still. Yeah. Okay. So let's do it like this. So car t path. So it's gonna be path max name is equal to 0. Then we're gonna do mem copy. I'm gonna mem copy the text. So the destination is tpath. And the source is path. And the size of car times str length. And then str toke. We're gonna do tpath. Okay, so this is gonna fix the issue that I had. So the good thing that we learned today is not to use aloca or use it in logical situations. I mean, it's probably because I was being stupid and using it in the main. But still, with a recursive function, it's going to be trash. And it can you can encounter issues if you use a function in a function that uses aloca. But the more you program, the more you know, right? So we recursively make the folder. Then we're going to copy the file. But then we remove the, yeah, we can remove that for now. What does that not like? Did it not build? Interesting. So here it doesn't do squat. Okay, what? Let's go see the define, destination, and the size t. But it's size of should return size t, right? So why is it whining? Size of NC. Like, why doesn't the man page show up first? It's kind of odd. Let's use Windows. Yeah, so what does it return? So size of returns the size of without the array. But it's not. So size of returns an int. So I should cast it? I mean, that's stupid. Or that's not a pointer. What's the... Yeah, that's the odd thing though. It wants me to cast. But I shouldn't have to. What am I doing wrong? Yeah, but it seems that it's returning that. Long unsigned int and size t. Am I doing... Let's do something. This shouldn't be necessary, but we'll test it. Test. Now do you build? Oh, you wind there now. Oh no, that's not the right thing though. That's the... Yeah, I know why. I was being stupid. I created a variable that's named strlen. But of course, the strlen uses just an all caps L. Well, not an all caps, but a capped L. So yeah, that's the issue. I should probably rename it to something else. It was just an issue on my side because I didn't use the... Because I used the definition of str length, which is a function pointer. That's why I was being stupid. That happens sometimes. I should really rename it. But I mean, it makes sense. Anyways. Because I don't want to write string length or string length because it's too long, but yeah. It's going to do some stupid errors like that. That could be, yeah. I'll probably rename it. It's just sometimes I copy and paste that and then it just makes sense either way. So the t path is the same as path. Cool. It's kind of funny that it detects that it's null terminated, but not this one, which is odd. So then you change that, but you didn't change the path. Okay. So in theory, at the end, you should have this name. Okay. So then we'll do this. It's going to download, so it's going to take some time. And then it's going to write the file. That's why I want to have it in a thread. Okay. So now we're at copy file. So the path is from there to okay, interesting. Okay, so that's fine. So is the right amount the right amount? Right amount is this, and that amount is that. Cool, cool, cool. Let's just continue. What did it raise? Oh, that was a seg fault. Why? Where did I seg fault? Interesting. Free invalid pointer. What did I free? Where did I free? In the install. Oh, we don't need to free it that anymore. Ha ha ha. There we go. So now everything installed, which is great. So I have a shovel folder. Maybe I should name it .shovel or something. Clementine remote. Yay. And then I can start that. Usually you can actually just do this. Permission denied. Okay, what happened there though? Oh, because I copied the file, but I didn't kmod it afterwards. Okay, so I should do the kmod to that file. Okay, let's do it like that then. So where am I doing the kmod? Yeah, I'm doing the kmod here. Okay. And we're going to use the path. So that's going to be fine. Let's just run. So now it's downloading. Hey Furix, how are you? Oh really? What am I freeing again? Oh, I'm fine. doing some more work on my marvelous app image installer. And it's going well. So you still doing that little game in C++? Okay, so now that should have worked. Okay, what did you start doing? He trash talked you. Really? Why? And what about? That's kind of boring. Oh. Really? Okay. I mean, sure. That's also a solution. Using another API and actually doing something, but making something useless, like maybe you can tell that to your dad. Like making something useless but that you find cool is still interesting to do. Cause it simplifies what you need to do. You don't need to interact with a more complex API. I don't know how complex the solar panels are. But sometimes using someone else's APIs can complicate things. Okay. Well, I mean, you tried, right? I don't know what his answer was, but still. Is he himself a programmer, or? He just doesn't care? Oh, okay. Then you can probably tell him, yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. So don't tell me what I should do. You should just... But anyways, he's your father, right? So you still gotta respect him, right? But... like, he's right that making something that's useful is interesting, but... For learning purposes, since you're learning... Oh! Cool. What are you using for that? CJSON? Something simple, probably, I hope. Oh, okay. Well, you can use something like CJSON, which is pretty simple. Oh, so you're using JSON, CPP, and libcurl. Okay. Cool. I've never used JSON CPP, but it's probably fine, right? And libcurl, yeah, you saw how I used libcurl probably, or you saw that it's useful. So do you compile it yourself do you statically compile it, or do you compile a DLL and then use that? Maybe you don't know yet the difference between static and dynamic compiles, right? But at least using those is simpler also than using... Okay, you compiled libcurl statically. Okay, cool. It's weird that JSON CPP needs to be dynamically compiled. Maybe it's just like what they have in their CMake file or something like that. Okay. So let's continue on. So now the installs everything. And next step, I need to make a desktop file, a .desktop file. Now, why do I need to do this? Because on Linux, to have these marvelous sections with the applications, you need to make a .desktop file. So I'm probably going to be making that type of file for each application that we're going to be installing. So let's start by going and having a look at exactly that. I'm just going in to see something. Okay. So that's the spec for the .desktop files. And I'm just going to go get the example. There. The mim type. So I'm going to have to look at each of these properties. So there's two actions, the gallery action and the create action. Maybe if applications have different command lines. Well, I mean, we can't really know this information though, so that's kind of an issue. But we'll see. Let's copy paste this. And we're going to create a file and we're going to fprint into the file. Let's keep this as a comment for now. You need to have a look at the JSON CPP API probably. Like that's what I did. You probably have access to the source also. So I'd go have a look like JSON CPP, because you probably have like a parsing mechanism for it. So let's go have a look. So you have a reader. What would probably be better actually is to actually look at the examples. Maybe you already did that though. I don't know. So that we get the raw JSON, but he doesn't have like a complex file. So that's parse. So he accesses it. He accesses with an array. He probably uses templates. Oh, you need to keep it in JSON. Or I would do it like that. So you see, like, you have the JSON value thing. So you have the root, which is the root object. Yeah, that's how you do it. So then you have your root, and let's say the root object is this. Well, then you would get the name by doing that little thing there, and then you turn it into a string. You did that. Okay. But then to get the children, there's probably like get child or something. Oh, well, no, you don't need to. So if, yeah, so if you know, um, let's say you have an array, okay? You could probably do like as array or something. Can you have a complex? Oh, that's disgusting. Like, I just want to have an array. I don't want a string right. So there's probably a way to get every children or something. Ugh. Reader. Okay, so what does the reader do? So you can parse. Can you get child or something? Read token as int. Okay, so where are the as int coming from? Oh, I think it's the value.h, right? As int. Okay. So let's see. What do you have? You have as string, as c string. Or you can, like, if it's an array, can you do as array, or will it return as array? Yeah, but you need to have an object, right?
Hello.
So you, like, usually, let's go have a look at the feed.json from AppImageHub. AppImageHub, GitHub. So for example, on the AppImageHub, you have multiple items, but they're in an array of objects. So what you can probably do is get the array. So you do root the name of the array of objects, and then get each. If they're not in an array, it's kind of stupid. And there's probably something that you can do with JSON CPP. So array. Can you get? So you can check if it's an array. So if it's an array, you could get its size, I guess. Yeah, so you can actually go and get how many values there are, and then use that index to actually get each date. It's not an array. If it's an object with multiple objects, it's still an array because of how JSON works. Because you see here, it says number of values in array or object. So an object can contain multiple objects, and how you get each object, so each date and name, which is a in between accolades, and it's not accolades, it's so yeah, you could do it like that. So you're gonna have to search with that and with your marvelous API. Okay, so let's continue on. Hello. Okay, so we need to create a new file. And can we delete a file on the system? Yeah, if it's surrounded by squared brackets. I just remembered how to say brackets. So if it's surrounded by square brackets, it means it's an array. Okay, so here we go. So I wanted to check how do we delete a file in C. So let's do that. Delete a file in C. Oh, cool. C, delete a file. So what do they use? Do they just use like del? D-E-L? Oh, it's just remove. Okay. Relatively easy, right? Car. So let's do that. str cat. So we're gonna cat the name, and we're gonna add also dot desktop. We're gonna f open that. Can we remove from a string? We can, but rm from str c. Yeah. Let's call that trim. So let's trim the end. I mean, it's kind of annoying that we need to implement this, but we're already fixing it, right? So int str trim. So a car pointer s, and we're gonna receive an amount. Trim from the end. Trim from the end the amount specified. Okay, so we trim that. So while int count equal 0, count is smaller than amount. We're gonna go, let's make sure that, yeah. Okay. So while the count is smaller or equal to the amount, we're gonna do s, the length minus the count is equal to 0. And this is a void, right? Because we want to avoid returning something that we don't need. Okay, so this should trim. I mean, my logic is probably wrong. I usually get some of this wrong. Let's go see the install. So we're gonna do str trim. I forgot to count plus plus. I hate when I do that. I should really use like for loops everywhere. That would simplify it. Anyways, where is my install? Install is here. str trim. We're gonna trim from path. But we don't wanna paste it from there. It's useless to have this function. We don't want to paste it there. We want to paste it. Well, not paste, but I'm not thinking. I was not thinking the things I did not have. The things that I had not thunk. Okay, so we're creating that file. We're F opening it, and we're gonna F. I mean, we should probably just create the file at the right place from the get-go. So let's strcat the actual path, file path. So, let's go find, what's the path actually? Find path to, .desktop files. Linux. Let's create .desktop file. So here let's do this. I don't like Christmas songs though, so that's bad. Well, I like Christmas songs. Who doesn't like Christmas songs? But what I mean is, I don't quite listen to them when they're EDM. Yeah. I'm banging my head to it, so that's stupid. We're gonna make it shared. Okay, there we go. So now we have our local file path and our... Now this is gonna be user shared. So /user/share applications. It's shared, I think, right? No, share. Okay. And .local share applications. And this, we're gonna need to have the home. Concatenated to it. So we'll leave it like that for here. And then we're going to go to the install. Okay. So we're gonna strcat home. So desktop. And we're gonna cat home. And then, yeah, we're gonna do what we did everywhere else. Oh god, I'm lost. You know, when you're lost in life, it's never good. Why are we lost here? In our source file. That install function is huge. It's disgusting how huge it is. Then we're gonna our cat the marvelous slash, and then we are going to add that thing I just created. So str cat and desktop, comma, and no, not that. Desktop files local. So we're only gonna create locally for now, but later on we're probably gonna add other paths also. And then we need this because the name is probably not the right path. There we go. Yeah. Dun, dun, dun. There we go. So then we have the name, the dot desktop thing, and then we create the file. So that's still in the homeland, so that's fine. The homeland. I think I'm funny, but I'm not funny. Then we can use fprintf to write to the file. So we're going to use the f desktop, and we're going to add this. It's always going to be this is going to be always version 1. It's going to be an application also all the time. And it's the name that's going to change. Yeah, that was stupid. There we go. The name's going to change. And I think in fprintf we can have the formatting. It always depends. Like usually, like in CJSON, well, you always need to have like a string representation for printf. And yeah, are you referring to what I'm doing right now? Furex. So fprinting, because fprintf is not the same thing as printf. But yes, like M. Blankzuski is saying, you need to have a string or a car pointer to actually use the printf. Oh, maybe you can. I don't know. I personally just use directly car pointers and strings. Well, in theory, they're a synonym, but yeah. You can probably, yeah, have a kind of formatter. Like, you can probably look up Furex. You can probably look up in JSON CPP. Maybe there's a formatter that you can use directly in that. I know that CJSON has that. Yeah. Exactly. No, but I mean, so JSON CPP can maybe give you a car pointer directly. That's what CJSON does. Oh, I didn't know fprintf could send to the... So std out is a file pointer? That's interesting. Std out is a file, I guess? That's funny, if it is. But yeah. So it's going to be name. Now fprintf, yeah, you always have the formatting, right? So you would do this, and then you would do s, and you would do name. Yeah, I know fprintf is for files. What I was asking is std out. Is std out a file pointer? Really? Okay. It's probably somewhere on the system or a generalized place on the system. But like if multiple applications... Okay, so if we're starting a binary, it probably creates an std out related to the binary, right? Because it can't be one big file that has like multiple out of an application. Anyways. So you can, in theory, find where std out is, and yeah, okay. So you can memcopy the contents of std out when you exit your application. Cool. I didn't know std out was just a file. You got a lot of info there, Mblankzewski. Mblankzewski. Oh, okay. Every time you start a command. And like every binary is in theory a command, I guess. Yeah. Okay. You don't know. Theorizing, which is fine also. Okay, so the name of the application. Do we have its description? So we have the download link. Oh, we don't get the description. So we're gonna need a description, right? So we're gonna go and get that. Oh, you just did that at uni. Okay. What uni do you go to? Well, you don't need to tell me, like, but I just wanna... Because I can tell you mine. Let's just say they didn't teach me how to do... Well, how std out worked and everything. Do I get the app? Yeah, there is the app. So we could do that here actually. Get object item description, fix the text. The University of Manchester? Yeah. Well, I mean, BTech. Like, Britain, I don't know how you, like, the UK, the United Kingdom, let's say it like that, because if I say Great Britain, it doesn't mean the UK, right? It just means a part of the United Kingdom. Anyways. Oxford is probably overkill, but anyways. I don't know what WBU means, but sure. But yeah, I asked because it varies a lot by university what you learn. But I guess that in the UK, since the UK influenced a lot Britain. Okay. Since the UK influenced a lot the world of computing, it would make sense that you would have a little bit more instructive universities. Let's say it like that. What about me? What okay, so what about you? Okay, I get. Yeah, so you you simplified the what about you? That's some simplified British for you. Well, it's English, but it's British slang, I guess. If we can call it slang, whatever. I went to University Laval, which is so Laval or Laval, which is in Quebec City, basically. So it's in Canada, in the French province of Canada. Like, maybe I could have learned that, but I specialized more in video games. And then I didn't go into, like, how to program an OS or anything like that. Because I think they had courses to have more low-level programming for, like, for example, programming an OS. But it varies from university to university here. Like, I know that, like, one of my friends that went to another university in Sherbrooke, he actually wrote an OS, but I'm not sure that in Laval University you write an OS. From all the other students that I saw that didn't follow the path that I did. So yeah. If I would have done the course to write an OS, maybe I would have encountered that STD out thing. It would have been very informative, but I guess you taught me it, so that's great. Anyways, are you actually so in the course that you're doing at uni, did you actually write an OS, or are you guys like writing low-level stuff? I'm kind of curious, like, across the world, how does CS work? So that's why I'm asking. Because it doesn't seem to be, like, standard. Like, there are standard stuff that you're going to learn, like how to write a pathfinding algorithm or stuff like that. But more low-level stuff, it varies, it seems. I guess. It would be hard, though. Like, oh, you're still in year one? Well, that's still some good information for a year one, right? Do you know in what I hope so. I mean, it's a cool thing to write, but it's a complex thing to write also, so. Okay. So it's an introductory class. Okay, that's interesting. Like, my introductory class was in Python. So you're probably writing most of your code in Python, right? Because that's easier to learn. Because you can do a lot of stupid stuff. But I don't like Python either. I prefer C, but when I started, I preferred Python. Indeed. But I mean, like we talked earlier, with Aluka and the Realloc, having a GC can help when you're starting to learn. Because having memory errors is kind of bad when you're learning. Because you don't want to have memory errors. You want to learn what you're doing. But in the end, like most programmers should start with a GC'd language. But I think we should really like try to work towards learning how memory works. Sadly, yeah. So you're probably talking about the fact that you're using Python for most of the scripting. I mean, it makes sense. Like, even for... Like, I have some students... So, my courses that I give are... It's like a private school. So, most of my students, when they start doing some C++, it's really hard to grasp the memory and how memory works. So, when we teach them, it's basically like, don't care about the memory. Oh, you disagree with what I said, that using a GC language for learning... Yes, but the bottom sometimes... when you start really at the bottom, you're gonna lose some people. But it really depends like what your age is. But at like 18, I do get like... I have to remember, like, how did I think at 18? It really depends on where you are mentally, basically. Oh, yes. That is a brilliant way of doing it, though. Sadly, for doing assembly... Maybe it's better now, but for doing assembly before... I feel that the course that one of the courses that I had to do assembly was really bad. But I think that's the fault of... So the teacher was really good in the theory. So one of the issues with my university is there are great researchers, and the university banks on its research. But the teachers need to be researchers, because they're the researchers are making the university big, right? So the teacher was really good in his domain. He was good at making research in that. But he was not really good at teaching. Well, he was not good at teaching beginners. Let's say it like that. If I would have had maybe the 1 to 3 years experience that I have now, maybe it would have been better. The hardware is really easy, but like sometimes I don't know. It really depends. Like where I was mentally when I learned that, and where I am now, and like I started bottom up, but I think mentally I learned more by doing from up to the bottom. And yeah, I think I'm biased because of that. Because I learned it that way. Because when I did the courses, I didn't really learn. I learned, but I didn't learn that much. But yeah. I'm getting like from the top to the bottom, but yeah, I prefer the bottom now, of course, because you actually understand what's happening. But I think at different points in your life, it really depends. Like, some people like making some simple applications, which you can do when you start from the bottom. Yeah. Yes, also. I don't know how old you are, but also the fact that you had programming experience. Did you have low-level programming experience, or did you have high-level programming experience? So if you had high-level programming experience, and then you did the courses, and you started from the bottom to the top, then it changed. Yeah, in theory, they peak at 25, from what I heard. So 26 or 25, basically the same thing. But in theory, we decline. But I don't still agree with that, though. Because I don't feel like I decline, but maybe it's because I'm at the top and I'm just learning. I'm like I'm 3 years older than 25, so I mean my decline hasn't been that much. But yeah. Yeah, you see, because that's the issue. When you're learning, you can only do basic stuff in C and C++. It's hard to make bigger applications. But doing things in C# and Python was, it was easier for you, or it's easier for anyone. So to get some, because like for programming, you need to understand a lot of things. That's the thing. So having black boxes when you're starting is why I think it's good. But as soon as you started, you understand the basics of how to program like a loop, having how variables work, functions, constructing a bigger application, then you can start to have a look at how does it work underneath, and try to peel off the black boxes or the magic in the applications or the languages. But in the end, like, I feel like you could make people learn what I just said. So you have 1 semester of simple programming with GC languages, and then that's it. Then you go low level for the rest. And the issue is, I think in universities, it's not, well, in universities here, it's not necessarily this way, for example. You can go low level, but it doesn't mean that you're going to be low level for the rest, because you're gonna have some courses that are high level and are architecture courses, which personally I feel are bullshit. Oh, okay. I think I said a bad word, and Twitch is gonna give me the hammer. But whatever. I'll say it like in The Good Place. Bullshit. So yeah, I feel like they're bullshit domains. Because There are some general information that have value in there for how to architect an application. But the issue is, before you've ever written something complex, you will never understand each of those aspects. And I know that like in the courses, you actually build a complex application. Yeah, banhammer time. But, yeah. So they do build a complex application, but you need to build more than one complex application, I feel, to actually understand why structuring it in some way, and actually understanding like the caveats. How do we say that in English? Caveats? Anyways. The pros and cons of each use case. And usually, architecture will focus more on making things easy to work in a team, which is fine, but that's going to have an impact on your performance if you only think about working in teams where you have people that understand less, more or less, some of the stuff. I don't know how fast. It's either I have visual delay or the chat is really lagged for some reason. I try to fix the delay. Like someone told me that I had some delay, but maybe it's a chat delay. That's normal? Okay. It's probably because in most big big channels, since there's like a ton of people writing in the chat, you can't see the delay. But since I'm talking to both of you guys, we can spot the delay like that. So yeah. Anyways, I think we went on a tangent regarding like architecture, but architecture is good. Just to rephrase what I said, it's not completely bullshit, but it is to a certain extent. There's a Twitch setting for the chat. I'm going to have to go have a look at that for the next stream, actually, but have... Okay, since you're in C++, the difference is a C string is basically a car pointer, and a string, yeah, there's that also. It's going to be null terminated, but a string is going to be a C++ object that is an array, basically, of cars. But I don't remember, like, did the STD actually make a structure that's a string? Because you can do some pretty odd things with the string structure from C++, if I remember right. So it's not directly the car pointer array. So the C string would actually just be the car pointer that's an array. The usage isn't the same for the C string and the string. Yeah, it stores the string, so the length of it. Safer. You can always know the length of your C string by doing strlen, right? But you need it to be null terminated for it to work. But it's having a null terminated string. Exactly. I think we're being complimentary. Okay. So let's continue. Yeah, exactly. And also, like, and string. I don't remember if the string is a class in C++ or it's a structure. In the end, it doesn't matter for C++, but yeah, I don't remember. Well, yeah, maybe since it's a C-ish thing, it's probably... No, you have string functions. So it's a class. So it's actually not a struct. But I don't remember if we can have functions on structs in C++. So if we can have functions on structs, it's either a struct or a class. Anyways. That's C++ mania anyways. Because I prefer having a C struct. Okay, so we're gonna add exect. Try exect. I know that C structs can't have methods. I was really talking about CPP. Okay. I don't remember. I didn't remember for the CPP. That's why I was saying. I was asking. Yeah. So the only difference is the visibility. I remember that also, but I think that's a stupid thing about C++. Is since you can declare something as the same, because it's not going to work as a pure C thing. They should have maintained like the structs as a C construct, since they want to interop with C. But anyways. Yeah, okay, so that's one of the things that's hard when you're a beginner, right? So yeah, but even that's not... Yeah, somewhere. Okay, you gotta be careful with that. So how can we say this? I don't have a drawing app here. Or do I? So, FearX, do you get the concept of pointers? It's okay if you don't, by the way. I'm just asking. So it's going to be empty. And this is going to be black. Yeah, exactly. So, let's have a look. So that would operate like this, basically. So just to simplify the concept, we're gonna say it's RAM. So this is RAM, okay? So that's your RAM. So in C++, you can have a car array, or so each block here is just a block of memory that can hold data. So let's say we have a variable that's called car pointer test, and we're gonna have a small word. Yo. Well, let's have Furex. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that is gonna be in memory. Is gonna store an array or a car. Yeah, that's not at the right place. So if we would see that in memory, we would have the F here, the U here, the R here, the E, and the X. But that has actually a pointer value. So let's say I'm going to say that this here the pointer value of that is, for example, OXOOFF, whatever. It's going to be longer than that because it's got to be a 32-bit int. But let's say for the purposes of the exercise that it's just this, right? So when you're going to want to, well, actually, to have it better, we're actually going to put a value that's this. So let's say it's this, and you want to get access the second index here. You would just change the bit to get the next value, basically. You guys are talking about function pointers already? Yeah, I forgot the null termination. You're right. I need an extra cell. I always forget the null termination. Anyways. Well, not when I'm programming, but when I'm explaining, I always forget the null termination. And that's going to be a 0, basically. That's not a 0, that's a 0. Okay. They should really distinguish between... It's a +1. So let's say you want to have access to the U, and you have the car pointer of test. You would just do car letter is equal to test +1. And that's going to return the value. And you should then have in the letter here, you're going to have the U. Yeah, so it's a plus, or you can do the array. Either way works. So when you use the array, it directly dereferences the value. So what M. Blankzuski wrote is better. Yeah, but a car is directly the size of a... So you'd be... Okay, you're being a little bit too... Yeah. Let's just simplify for the cars, since it's going to work either way. But, Furex, if you would be using something different than a car, you need to do a +1 multiplied by the size of that structure. Yeah, exactly. So that's basically how pointers work with cars. And that's why we make car arrays in general for text. Since it's just a block of memory at some point and you add X amount of data. So that's why every time you have a car pointer, like for example, I did that here. So this creates a car array. And since a car array is just a car pointer, it's the same thing. But just for simplicity, just remember that you can use a car array by just having the pointer. Well, you can use a pointer as an array, basically. So in C++, you have the concept of an object that is an array that holds data. But in C, you directly have access to the data with the pointer. In theory, you also have access to that in C++. It's just that most users usually use the CPP array and not necessarily the pointer as, well, the pointer to a structure as the array of that structure, let's say. Anyways, we're getting off a little bit, but that's just the basics of how it should work, is with what I showed you with this. So you have that. As soon as you have the pointer, you can use the pointer as an array, and you're fine. Great. As long as you understand in life, that's great. But that, like, understanding that took some time. Yeah, it makes sense. But, like, I feel that in school, I don't know how you learned it, M. Blankzuski, or if it's because you already had knowledge of C++, but, like, understanding that concept and understanding, because the thing that I hate in C++ is we differentiate what a reference and a pointer is, and that's double the information. And we don't need to double that information. So the best way to learn low-level programming is not by starting with C++, if you ask me, but it's by using C directly and just trying to manipulate text, like I told you actually the last time, Shirex, basically. So yeah. That was a lot of information, but yeah. So for the icon, I'm gonna need to find a way. Let's try something. So I think that the mem type is directly... Ah, interesting. The issue with ASM is you need to understand hexadecimals, which, I mean, it's good to learn, because it's going to influence how you read, how you read C, because when you're debugging C, you need to understand hexadecimals, but just for starting, yeah, preferably C. But yeah, because since you're handling the memory directly, if I remember right, in ASM you only see hexadecimals because it's easier to understand for the ASM or something. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't remember. But it's been a long time since I did some ASM because the value of programming in ASM, the only case that it's valuable actually is when you're directly making an OS with some specific hardware, or when you're programming a game for some Game Boy or something like that, which only use some type of ASM, because there are different type of assembly languages, basically. So yeah. So the mem type is the type that we can modify. You're not sure? Yeah, but still, you need to understand. I'm not sure for decimal. The computer really prefers you use ×2 numbers, so probably the assembler can handle that, but it really depends on your assembler, probably. And again, maybe writing assembly, the advantage is you don't need to learn what a compiler... Well, you need to learn what an assembler is, but not what the compiler is, because you don't need to compile to assembly. But, I mean, in the end, understanding that you have an application that transforms your text, your C text, into assembly, and then that C text is assembled by the assembler to machine code isn't that complex to learn. Because you just say, it's an executable that takes text, transforms it to another kind of text, and then takes that text and transforms it into numbers, basically. But it's all numbers in the end, but yeah. Like, I like to show my students in my courses that characters or cars are actually just numbers, and they find it quite interesting. And I think it's interesting for everyone, basically, so yeah. I'm gonna have to go look for, because it's 1. Yeah. I think I talked a lot today. So yeah, just give me a sec. I'll be back. I'll just turn my webcam somewhere, and I'll come back later. I just have to do something like reheat something, so I'll come back. Okay, so I'm back. I'll hope that my cam... It's really annoying. There we go. Yeah, the solution that M. Blankzuski just said is probably better, but programming something cool is still interesting. So I'll just be eating while you guys talk. uh... So what kind of info do you get from the JSON except the date? Because what you pasted earlier was the date and could you paste that JSON in so we can have a look? But that's already done, M. Blankzuski. It's done by JSON CPP. He could do a custom parser. It would be complicated though. Well, actually, the data isn't complicated, but like the thing I don't get is since with the JSON parser that he has, he has all the data, but I don't know. Well, I think the data that you have isn't. It's just the date, but I don't think you have the amount of electricity or anything like that. Indeed. But can you paste like the JSON object that you get? Well, like just the string of the JSON object is what I mean. Okay, so what does the value represent, basically? Is there a max value? So when the value is at the maximum value, what value is that? Yeah, exactly what I... It's watts. Okay, is there a max amount of watts that you can... Yeah, just sum the watts, basically. If they are watt hours, you don't need to calculate the watt hours. So you basically would do a for loop over your array, and then you would get from that each amount, and then have a variable that holds the total, and then you would just sum to that total variable. So what energy do you want to get? Okay, you just can't get... Okay. Like, again, that that depends on... Go ahead, explain, because we need to understand what the... Like, what you want to do to actually tell you how it would be possible, basically. Like for... Yeah, but he could basically... Oh, okay. Yeah, he should really stop dreaming. Oh, that's fine, though. Okay, so it's just a project for both of you guys, basically. Okay, that's still cool, though. Yeah, that's cool. So it's not a weird thing about your father. It's just the project that you guys want to do together. Okay. I mean, that's... Can you activate... So there's a lot of problems with this. So you would need to be able to activate the Bitcoin miner physically. So you either have a board... Like, where is your application going to run? That's the thing. Is it going to run on a PC that will then call... That's easy, okay. Okay, so your miner is on it's a Linux system, basically, right? If I'm not mistaken. Okay, so what your dad wants to do is tell the server to... So if it's... Oh, it's just gonna start the application on the server. Yeah, it's just an app. I don't know what app he's gonna use, but... Yeah, if it was turning on a PC, it would have been hard. Oh. That's a little bit more complicated. So you need a way to... Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of solutions. Get an Arduino that presses onto the computer. uh... So from app image, we won't be able to detect what type of mims we're going to be using. So we won't be able to do it. He could probably do it with a Raspberry Pi also. He could run the solar thing on the Raspberry Pi and then have one of the GPIOs do something when it should power on the computer or something. I don't know. There's like multiple solutions to this problem. You're probably going to need to ask your father to have an Arduino or a Raspberry Pi if you guys don't have one. Good. I can't follow the link. I'll go have a look. This is going to be Streamception, but... I think I can get, like, just the chat. Can I do that? Can I get the pop-up of that? No, I can't. Streamception! Okay. I really gotta get... I think I have it. Wait. On the desktop. Yeah. Ah, I need to log in. I hate that part though. Can I just have the Twitch chat? Edit launcher. Can I just do that? So slash save. Yeah, Mark. It needs me to go in the creator dashboard. Can I just do that, Mark? I need to go through the creator dashboard. That's annoying. Can I just have... Ah, it's because of that, right? Oh, yay. Now that just works. Can you send the link again? Thanks, Rex. So I'm gonna go have a look. Oh, that's in German. Cool. I'll put it in English. Yeah, English, please. Sprechen Sie English. Okay, can I go back to the link? That's PQI there. That's really PQI. Can I not sprechen Sie English? Ah, so annoying. Anyways. The German, yeah, the German. Whoa. I'm gonna put the chat in another damn window. There you go. And I'll make it small because we don't want to have this so big, right? I don't know why I can't Amazon right, but I'll have a look. Yes. Go sound. Why is it so much cheaper in the US version? Those are voice controlled? Oh, you can control it from an app. I mean, you can probably SSH into your plugs because most of these things aren't secure by default. So I just hope that you don't have those everywhere in your house. Yeah, maybe the EU norms are good or better. I'm just gonna edit my launcher. I mean, the EU is a little bit more secure, I guess, but like in the US or in Canada, I wouldn't trust those for reasons because those companies are usually not that secure. They want to make... Anyways, let's not talk about security in IoT devices. That's another can of worms. But yeah. Icon, foo view. App image get icon in Yeah. Have a look at if you can SSH into your outlets, your IoT device outlets. Sometimes they're because they're mostly connected directly to the internet. So maybe you'll need to hack them. I don't know if you're allowed to hack your own IoT devices, or if you can have access to them. Wait, so I had the name right, so those. Let's go have a look. So I'll just look at the name, Smart Plug GoSund Wi-Fi outlet. So Smart Plug GoSund Wi-Fi outlet, SSH into. Let's go on Google, because Google will probably give better answers. Okay, so it seems that some... It really depends on what you're using. So some of them you can access them from the outside. But I would need to go look on their website, so let's go have a look at GoSund Wi-Fi outlet. Can you only interact with them through the Android app? So it works with Alexa. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, you could probably make a speaker that emits the sound of your father speaking, and then just... Because it seems like the Google Echo can be SSH'd into, or something like that. Maybe you can hack your Google Home or whatever. So I'm not going to go on these websites. They're disgusting, but you're going to have to look at how those work. And that's how you do it, usually. Let's go have a look at the system command. System. Ah, cool. You can run system commands. Sig quit. So they say that we can use app image extract. So let's try that before doing anything. Yay! So that works. Dirt icon. Hey, there's a .desktop in there. Can I edit? So what do they actually use for the icon? Clem remote. Interesting. That's quite odd. Do all app images do that? Do they all supply a .desktop? Yeah, I think I should go on IRC Freenode. I should open up server, join a channel. IRC is always Oh, really? That's bad. Yeah, that is the worst. Because my guess is... let's add a new one. Freenode. I want to be free! Give me the free nodes. Freenode. Let's... Can I add? Add? No. Let's connect to Freenode. And then let's add a channel. Give me a sec. Oh! Should I join Debian? Did IRC detect that I was on Debian and say like, hey, maybe you should connect to that? That's odd. Okay, network list, edit. Let's auto join. I think it's app image. Where is that? Let's just copy this. And if you're wondering what IRC is, it's Discord for old people. I'm just kidding, of course. It detects that you're from Germany. It's detecting your position in the world, and it's saying, since you're German, you should like to have German things everywhere. So it's a hashtag app image. Let's go and so where are my channels though? Yeah, there it is. Okay, so close that one. I'll go have a look at the wiki first, just as to not anger the app image gods. Your life is alright. Okay, that's good. As long as your life is alright. Package to app image. Let's have a look at the app image spec. Okay, so let's read the spec. So we're at the draft. So let's have a look at the contents. App run should contain, okay. Should contain user share icons high color following the icon theme. But does it need to should contain? Okay, so it always has a .desktop file. Cool. So I just read the spec. Yeah, see you next time. Have some good Rocket League fun. I don't know if we can play together, but you probably left, but I don't know if we could possibly play together. It would probably be fun. I'm terrible at Rocket League though. but still, it'd be chill. I'll give you probably my gamer tag, so then we can play on, well, my Steam tag or whatever that is. Let's see if I can find myself on Steam. Do you actually use Steam? Cool. Steam users. Let's go in the database. Can I search users? No, I can't search users. I'll need to go, because my Steam isn't on here. So I need to go. I mean, I can go on Windows. Give me a sec. So I'll go on Windows. And let's hope I don't jam my Linux, because Linux is marvelous. And let's go have a look at Steam. I'm just opening the Steam. I'll need to install Rocket League, by the way. But I won't play now, by the way. We'll maybe play another time, because I want to at least finish a little bit of that. Okay, so how do I go and view my profile? Yeah. Can I share? So it's the dark. So if you search for the dark, you should probably find me. Copy page URL. There we go. There you go. Okay, that's odd. Give me a sec. Am I the 7th profile that exists? That would be odd. Ah, the profile is private. Can you still open that in Steam? Or maybe just send me your profile and I'll add you. It's gonna be easier from there. Anyways, I'll continue the streaming. What is that? Why am I getting new cards for something I didn't do? Anyways, that's odd. Cool. I just saw it. Yours wasn't that complicated. Confirmed. So let's play another time. So have a good one, and we'll see each other another time. Also, I should probably make a Discord server at some point, which will simplify this. Because always coming on the Twitch is probably a bad way to see each other, anyways. So have a good one, and I'll try to make a Discord for the channel in the coming days. See ya. Okay, and now I'm gonna go back on Linux and hope that the things won't explode. I'm kidding, of course, but it always explodes. Okay, it didn't explode. That's great. So now we need to look at how the .desktop file works in here. So we opened that up in our mousepad thing. Send to open with mousepad. So that contains pretty much everything we would need, but it doesn't contain the executable file. So we should probably get the info from there, because we have like the category and everything, it should contain that, right? Yeah, that's the annoying part. The annoying part is it should contain it. It doesn't mean that it's there. So we should have a way of determining if it exists. If it exists, get everything except like the exec and that's the app image version. Is that a new thing in the .desktop file? Probably. I mean, yeah, it's quite odd. Let's see. I think I'm just gonna parse it. Why does it say terminal equal true? That I think that isn't even in the spec. Like in the this. Let's wait. Like, are there keys that I don't know of? Extending the format. Yeah, so the X app image thing is a new extended thing. But the terminal equal true is an actual value. What are all the values? There's type, version, terminal. Is there terminal? Yeah, it's not even in the spec. Oh yeah, it is. Nah. Okay, so it is in the spec. So that's either true or no. Cool. Okay, so we'll use most of the file, I guess. But we can't use the exec. And we need to define if it has the, yeah, okay. There are a lot of unknowns, actually. Because, so what happens with, so the icon to display. Yeah. What is the algorithm? So there's no algorithm defined. That's bad. Okay. This is annoying. I'll drink water. And I'll go have a think. I need to go see if my cat wants to come inside also. So I have not been C programming a lot because I'm actually trying to understand the issues that I'm encountering, basically. Because I need to understand, like, if I do it by myself, I mean, the best solution for now would probably be to, like, do... Because I did this app extract blah blah blah. So I'll do that. So I'll test if we can do that from there. We can, of course, probably do that. Because what I would prefer is actually find the app image in the, or the icon file directly. Because, yeah, like in the spec, it should contain a .desktop file. That's the thing that annoys me, is it should contain something, but it doesn't mean that it does contain something. I would really prefer that it must. So it must contain, for example, the .desktop file. There's a spec for the words? What? Okay. Someone defined how we should view words. I did not know this existed. It's interesting. So required, is required defined? Why is shall in there though? I mean, it's usually, it's not, it shouldn't be added. So it should be a must, but it isn't a must. So we will do can we format the system call? So exec. Oh, I can, cool. I'll just do that. So what does exec return? So we'll do fname, and then the args. There we go. And then we should remove squash fs, I think it's called. Oh, let's recall that thing. Squash fs root. Rename. So it's always going to be called that. So we should remove that. And when we're done. That's actually when we're done, right? So it should contain a .desktop file. Wait. So when we do reader, so we implemented reader, redirectory. So to read directory right, we need to use the stat API usually. So I think reader was recursive also. Oh, no, it wasn't recursive. It would only return find each file. So we're gonna need to implement that. So let's have a look at so open dir. Let's see, open dir. So what can we do with an opened directory? I just want to see the man page. Show me the man page. Not the IBM pages. Should I write man page? Man page. There we go. The man pages. So it's going to be positioned at let's have a look at reader. It returns a durant structure. The file name. Okay. So we're gonna need to use some reader in reader. So what happens when how can we go and get the seeker is probably what I need. Okay, wait. Okay, wait. This returns a dir ent. But like when we call reader, does it change our position in the directory? That's the thing. I mean, we'll test it. The best way to know is to actually test it. Dir pointer. Dir. For dir not equal null. Read dir. Ugh. Sometimes. Dir. I mean, can I call that in the for loop? That would be like marvelous. I doubt I can, but I'll do it. I think I'll prefer C a little bit if I can. So I can read the dir. But that's gonna return a structure, right? Ah, yeah, I need to have a durant pointer. It returns a struct, right? A struct pointer or a struct? Yeah, it returns a struct pointer. So dir info. If dir info equal null, continue. And then we'll equal it to null. There we go. So how did I do it in Windows? I mean, I'll need to... Yeah, I'll need to modify the things. How do we do this? I'll just write some code. It shall work. We will see. There's no return in this, so... Oh, we return the length, right? The count, yeah, we return the count. So we're gonna return the count. So we'll create the variable. So int count is equal to 0. So if there are no files, it's just gonna return null. And then count plus plus. Then we're gonna use the dir info. Maybe I should call it DFD. Anyways, it's explicit, right? So the D file name. So we'll call this. So let's test it like that. I'm gonna need to include Durant. In FS. I already include Durant. Cool. So that's fine. Let's go in our install. This install function is huge though. There's a lot of stuff we need to do in there. So read dir un32 un32t. Size. And then we'll need to make a car pointer Let's add like 256 files at most. Now I remember that I needed to allocate the memory for this. We'll just use malloc. That's the annoying part. The need to allocate the memory for all of them. So what happens if you're string copying to str copy? Can we actually call malloc in here? That would be funny. I think we can. Size of car. Path name max. Can we just build? Yeah, I meant to use this. That's why I love pointers. Okay, so this works. Ew! This works! Does it? Okay. We'll believe yeah. I find it odd that it's... Is there a warning? No. Yeah. So there's no warning. Interesting. Okay, is that gonna create one pointer and then add that one pointer to each? Or is that gonna call malloc? I'm afraid that they're all gonna have the same value, so... yeah, I'm gonna cheat for now. So, with extension is going to be true. The path is going to be squash fs. Actually, I just need this. Then it's going to be true, and then it's going to be names. So what is it not liking? No, 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 no. I wanted to do exact. Why is it conflicting size? Why is it conflicting? Why is it conflicting? Ah, because I didn't declare it as a UN32. Yeah, I need to declare this conveniently at the right type. No, it's not gonna whine. Why is it conflicting type? I don't get. Ah, okay. I get it now. Their size. There. You like... Okay. Uni STD. So I need to include Uni STD. Let's include Uni STD. Include Uni STD. And then you're gonna like me? What? Give me a sec. So this is the exec family. Yeah, so there's no exec function per se. Let's go have a look at exec p v e. It's really interesting. It is really interesting. Sorry, I said a lot of S's at the same time. Can we see? So we just need exec VE. Oh, it's a character. It's a car pointer array. Ew, ew. Can I just do? For now, we just need that arg, right? So, and we need to call exec VE. What is exec V? Interesting. So now it compiles, no errors. A lot of warnings though. Yeah. It's not a declaration. Well, it's an It's a call to is upper. I mean, who cares? Okay, so let's have some fun. And let's start debugging. Let's not call this for now. Let's have success every time. Yeah, that's sad though. Okay, so we need to call that. We're gonna call it then, because I need to have the T data to actually get the data. Or else T data is gonna be empty. Okay. So let's test it. I'm gonna break here. So let's do it. Let's make the code work and see where it breaks. So now it's downloading the marvelous Clementine remote, or the Clem remote if you prefer. Okay. Now it executed the command. Did the command fail? Or where did what? Squash root doesn't exist. Squash fs root. Did that work? Okay, I'm gonna go have a look at name. So names. Yeah, so those are not pointers. So I'm gonna need to populate the data directly. But we will go into this. So what was the path? Okay. 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 Oh, that's to execute a file. Okay, so execv makes more sense. Okay, give me a sec. So Okay. I'm reading this right now. So it should contain the file of the executable being executed. I mean, the NP thing, I don't know what NP thing is, but we'll just leave it be. It's probably the environment path, which is kind of weird. Because we probably don't need it. Environment variables? I mean, we don't need to pass those, do we? I didn't know you were still here. Cool. Environment variables. Cool. Yeah. Oh, you've been popping in and out. Okay. Yeah, it mentions the key value pair, but like, you remember, like if you do a main application, well, if you do an application that has a main, you don't use the key to get access. You use the index of the argv to get access to it. But the end variable is different. That's weird. How can you do key value pairs with... Oh, you would have like interleaving... Yeah, like home. Yeah, that I know, but... I didn't... Yeah, runtime dir. XDG runtime dir. Yeah, I know the args are separate. But how do you make the key value pairs in a car pointer? You would make it with interleaved, probably, but... Yeah, but I don't want to get... I don't want to pass all the same vars. I mean, I should probably pass home. Because that makes sense. Can we get... Yeah, yeah, probably. The key value paired that way. I would need to look at how they make... Like, for now, I think I'm going to pass a null array. Or an empty array. Just to see if it works. This needs to be 2. And this is going to be fname. I think we can't do that, right? It's gonna whine. Oh no, it didn't whine. Okay. Do I need to make it kmod? Probably. I'll have to make it kmod. Because it's not going to work anyways, if not. No, they want a car array. If you look at execve, it's a car pointer array. So that's why I'm wondering, why is it... Because the first thing I was building in the application is actually the argv. But this is what they ask for. They ask... So it's the same type, basically, as argv. So how do you do the key value pair? And they have a null... They need to end by a null pointer. That's annoying. Key equal value. Okay, it's probably... So when we call getEnv, it probably gets the key plus the equal, and then the value. So that's probably it. So it's just a string that contains that info. So they don't have a hash map or key value pair. It's just the string contains the key and is separated by the equal and has a value afterwards. So I could just do like car and let's say I do 1. I need to do at least 2. 1 is going to be null. And the other is going to be like... That's going to be annoying. Interleaved would have been easier, but... That's a bad idea, though. H home. So that's the key, that's the separator, and that's the value. Or that's how I understand it, basically. So I think that's how I do it. Oh, can I just do that? Oh, that's better. Okay, so the exec v should have just worked. But I could, in theory, just use exec ve and write environ, and that would be fine. Okay. I don't need this trash. And then exec, because exec v returns if it's exceeded or not. Well, basically, yeah, it's just returning the... If it's 0 and succeed. I can't write succeeded. Yeah, I can't write. Stuck. Successed. Succeeded is probably like that. What? Find. Yeah, okay. Succeeded. Okay. So if it succeeded. It doesn't return. Yeah, but like... It's returning an int. Anyways. Oh, if the call succeed, you become the child process. You become what you called. That's bad. But that's not how I understood it. Like, I understood the step that it said, like... How could I debug this, though? And how can we call a child process from a main process? Succeeded. Like, earlier I did, the build failed. Cool. What is it not liking? Where's my command line? I can't see my errors. View. Yeah, I don't want to see the script console. View. Okay, there we are. Yeah. I don't know why we had so much delay before. Maybe we had a user from Germany, so that we had to have a delay because of the user in Germany. I don't know. I'll try to debug this anyways. Because anyways, it needs to download the application. So you see, like, so did it succeed in the games industry? That's the question. Where's the succeeded? Yeah, succeeded. So it didn't succeed in the games industry. So what's the value of f name? Yeah. If I didn't have a GUI to debug, it would be the end of the world for me. Because just using the console to debug with GDB is terrible. I saw people use it. Like, it's doable, but you gotta... It takes way more time than just analyzing the data. But I don't get why it's not working, though. Because the name of the file is exactly that. The name of the file is clem remote, like that, so I don't get it. Yeah. I'll try. Okay, that's not the type of error that I'm expecting. Unexpected token. Okay. Maybe there's no like parentheses or whatever. No, it's fine. Why did the terminal close though? That's odd. Maybe I need the absolute path. Yeah, give me a sec. So I'm gonna open a terminal here. If I don't pass, yeah, okay. That's probably it. Exec needs the full path to the file. And I'm not passing the full path to the file, so that's why I'm getting an issue. I mean, it should by default take the current application that's running, but maybe if it's just calling exec directly, it's the same function as exec, so that's the issue. Anyways. So I'll have to get get CWD in C app. I think I can just write get env CWD, but wow, I can't write. I really can't write. Okay. I think it just gets CWD. Oh, God, I hate my scroll. Let's do that. Let's stop debugging also. Cars, CWD, path name max equal to null terminated string, and then we're gonna say get CWD. I never remember like what the size is. It's a size pointer, right? On what? Oh no, it's the size of the array, I guess. Okay, yeah. God, my V is too close to my C. Size of car times path name max. Then we're gonna str cat CWD with a / and we're gonna str cat CWD with fname. There, that should be fine. CWD CWD It's downloading the app. Okay. It succeeded in the games industry. It did not succeeded, which is bad. So what is the current working directory? So that's fine. That's the right path. Now, did it actually succeed? And no, it did not succeed in the games industry. That's terrible. That's really terrible. This is annoying. Just because I need to call app image extract. It would be actually fun to know, like, why can it extract it? Good you. It's really kind of annoying. Is it the first time that you're on the... I think it's the first time, right, Taurus? If I'm not mistaken. I mean, I don't have that much viewers, but... Globally, I'm doing fine, by the way. Where I'm not doing fine is when I'm trying to use execv and it's not working, which is bad. But, I mean, that's life, I guess. Okay. I think I'm not liking the execv solution. Let's go see, good question. I mean, Figma can't run on a RAM system below 4 gigs. That's just web people being web people. Yeah, I know. That's bullshit. But yeah. It's not that UI UX people are poor. I think it would be more that no, but it's the application though. Like, why does the application need that much info? Well, not that much info, but process that much data. Yeah, it's probably pulling all the frameworks from Node for Figma to work. But yeah. Infinite layers of frameworks, indeed. I mean, there's good value to JavaScript. Like, yeah, but the fact that it asks for a graphics card, a high-end graphics card, is just bonkers. Really. I mean, part of it is probably that they're rendering. I don't know if they render, like, how they use their rendering, but yeah. It seems like a terrible prerequisite to use their application. I don't know why they do that, but apparently that's the way. But yeah, what I was saying about JavaScript, like, it's good to a certain extent to help people who don't know what they're doing. Maybe they know what they're doing, but to help people who don't want to know the nitty-gritty of the system to actually be able to, in a fast manner, make an application. At the same time, it's a double-edged sword, though. It is not a very simple demand that every website designer can afford. What does she mean by that? Well, first of all, I'm not her. But yeah, if she's talking about if the post is recent, it's probably relative to that. But at the same time, like, to draw some 2D graphics on the screen, you could do that with an EPU. Like an integrated graphics card. That's for sure. Like, you don't need a high-end graphics card. So, I would be interested. Yes, the graphics card price hike because of miners and stuff. Yes, like, you can draw 2D graphics with the CPU and it's fine. Of course, it would take your... Well, it would demand probably more power for less bang, I guess. You don't need an APU, but... Like, one of the games that I started playing, which is pretty cool, is SRB2 Kart, which is... It's a 3D world rendered in 2D. Like, Doom was all on the CPU, right? And it's a 3D world. So you can do it, right? But it's not an optimized way of doing it. Well, optimized way if you don't want to... Yeah, mine... I have a 2014 laptop with 850M and it works. It probably works fine. Yeah, I wonder how old the post is, but... Also... Oh, okay. Well... Oh. Clone. I had the man pages. Give me the man pages. Yeah. I mean, I do that too. If I knew what fork is. So I'm gonna go and get the fork out of it. What is fork? Creates a new process by duplicating the calling process. Because I think one of the reasons it's failing is because it's trying to run the execv in the same application. Yeah, I'll try to use that. And to what is an app image installer, Taurus? An app image, well, do you know what Linux is? First question. And if you know what Linux is, do you know how to run an application on Linux? Okay. So on Linux, so if you're used to Windows, on Windows you can just have an yeah, it's a Linux operating system. Good. So on Windows you can have executables. So like a file that you download, you can double click and that's going to execute. Yeah, you can install apps with the package manager. The issue with the package manager is it tries to minimize the load on the hard drive. And that was fine when we lived in the 80s. But we don't live in the 80s anymore. So what we started doing is, since there are cons related to using package managers to have applications, for example, that to get an application you actually need the package to be available on that system's package manager, or that you can't just drag and drop the binary and click on it to execute it, or that you can't run it in a sandbox to secure it. Yeah, Flatpak is another beast. So Flatpak is a solution. AppImage is another solution to that. A bit like snaps or Ubuntu snaps are a solution. So Flatpak is fine if you want most or all of your applications not to actually run, or actually run well. So when I use Flatpak, you can't even have applications that have access to some resources, or you can't modify that easily. So that's okay for Flatpaks, I guess, because security is king for them, which is fine. But I don't care. I just want to be able to download an application, run it, and then I would like that my my application manager could actually handle the security thing for me. But if you just want to have some quick and dirty and you don't care about security, you can install and handle that how you will. So that's why I'm making the AppImage installer. So AppImage is another form of Flatpaks, if you like, where the security restrictions aren't as well. They're not baked into the standard, but you can have security. It's not that the process will be faster. It won't be encumbered by security concerns. So for example, I tried installing VS Code through Flatpaks. Good luck trying to run a terminal application from VS Code in Flatpak. You can't really compile because of how VS Code works. There are a couple of things that are blocked, and that's by design. And when making the issues in Flatpaks and whatever, people in the Flatpak world said, yeah, that's by design, we don't care. So security is king, blah, blah, blah. They didn't say security is king, but that's exactly what it meant, basically, which is fine if you want security at all costs. So if, for example, you're a journalist and you use Linux, use Flatpak. But if you don't care because you don't need security at all costs, it's not because it's not testing. I think you're mixing the things. So to know if something is secure or not is not necessarily the issue. The issue is more having less system access when you're using Flatpaks. And having no control over how that system access is defined. So for example, in my app image installer, I will have security I will have security options, but they will be easily modifiable by the user. And yeah, because the ease of use of Flatpaks is really bad, personally. Because of, you get the Flatpak from FlatHub and that's it. So it's okay that for security reasons you limit how the application acts, but the users should have easy access to modifying how that works. But you can, in theory, do that with Flatpaks. It's just you gotta modify a text file or something, or that there are other like bad things related to Flatpaks. So to start an application with Flatpaks, you need to write something like com.vscode.blah blah blah. So to start the application, it's uber long to start, instead of just being able to do, like, for example, if I write mkdir on my system, I can just start the application mkdir, right? Well, Flatpak, you need to do like oss.gnu dot something stupid that Flatpak thinks is chill dot the name of the application. So that's just to call the mkdir application from command line. And I'm not kidding. And that's annoying. But of course I was exaggerating, but it's still too long just to start an application. So I'm whining, but still. It's still like OSS dot, like the minimal situation it could be is OSS.gnu .mkdir, and that's long. If I know the name of like users, like if I need to write oss.gnu.mkdir, I'm gonna I'm gonna go on my UI and I'm gonna click on an icon. It doesn't make the interaction with your terminal pleasing. Because you also need to remember for each version. So for example, let's say, actually, GNU would probably be fos.gnu.whatever. But like for VS Code, it was com.microsoft.Visual Studio Code, I guess, or maybe it's just VS Code, but still a hefty command for just, because usually you should be able to just do code and it would start VS Code. Or if you're more a Codium person, you could do Codium. Anyways, I'll stop whining, continue on, try to fix my issue. I mean, I wouldn't... Yeah, no problem. Yeah, you too. Have a great one. Bye. So the question I'm wondering, like... Can I insert code into a PID? That's really what I'm wondering. Fork and C. Maybe I should actually just try system. I'll just try to call system. Okay, I'll just try the system thing. Can I pass some arguments to foo? It's just a command with the args, right? So I can just have a... Okay, so let's do it like that. CWD. Interesting. Well, that worked. Yay. So why does it work when I'm doing it with system? Weird. Can we make that quiet though? Because I don't want to see that. Okay, so that's gonna work. And then we're gonna go in here. Count 0. Dir. Redir. Dir info is null. So we can get their info. Info. Whoa. What is that name? That's disgusting. That's not the D name. Okay. Yeah, I'm clearly doing something wrong. Read the recursive. I don't want to see that in JavaScript. Origin is dead. Cool. Long live Origin. So we need to do the same thing. else. Let's go have a look at DT-dir, just to know what other... Yeah. Okay. DT link, DT sock. I didn't know if it's a file. Interesting. Let's try this. Yo. Okay. So we're going in and doing it. Okay. Oh, that went silently. Yeah, so the path is this. Then pt5, okay, cool. Whoa, why didn't it like that? Why doesn't it like that? Is it because the name doesn't end with a /0? Oh, no. It doesn't like that because I didn't name things right. Yeah, I need to malloc. So this is wrong. We'll just do this linearly. For int I equals 0. I smaller than 256 plus I. And we'll do names I are equal to this. And then we do this. That's a single line for loop with allocation. So that's gonna work. Let's try something. Let's delete the squash fs and see that it actually works. Did I forget to add a... Did I forget something? I think I did, but... I did. I created the squash fs route. Cool, I'm hanging. Let's hang in there. Can I remove the GDB? Where's GDB? Kill. Kill it. There we go. I don't know why I didn't get a breakpoint. Okay, so libcurl is calling whatever it is. Now I also have a breakpoint. Okay, there we go. So we're gonna go in here. Then So that works. There we go. Let's put a breakpoint here. Oh, that's going recursive, right? It's still going in there? So the dir is never equal to null because we never change dir. Okay. So now I get why it doesn't fail. Okay. That was me being stupid. Maybe I should do a read dir first. So dir info. Let's kill the task. GDB, where are you? GDB, GDB, there you go. Kill, 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 kill. Okay, so I'm gonna do things differently. So it's gonna be dir info. Sadly, we're gonna need to do this. And we're going to need to do this. Okay, that's Tokyo Machine, right? It has to be Tokyo Machine, because it sounds like Tokyo Machine. Unless it's a remix, which is, it probably is. Then we can remove this, right? Because... Okay, let's do this. Do this again. Let's do it. Just do it. Ah, I failed. There we go. So we have 6 files. So right now we have the squash FS, and then we did not have the squash FS. Hey, please, please. Ah. Dun, 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 dun. equal 0. I is smaller than dir size plus plus I. So what we're actually searching for is the .desktop file. So we're actually gonna try to get that .desktop file. Create a new desktop file based on it, and yeah, modifying the exec function. I mean, where's my mouse pad? There's my mouse pad. Okay. It's not UTF-8. So what is this? There's probably a way to know. It's probably because, yeah, that was opened. That's why you couldn't delete it, which is kind of stupid. But hey, that's life, I guess. You do stupid stuff. Yeah, quit. Okay. Okay. So we're actually gonna create a direct copy of the either we parse it and add what we parsed to yeah, I mean, that's probably a better method of doing it. I just realized I don't have access to the deployment anymore. So I think I'm gonna leave it at that for today. I think I'm getting quite pooped. And I'm not really saying things that make sense. But we went quite far today, in some respect. And we'll be able to continue in the coming days. Tomorrow I'm probably gonna stream during the morning. I won't stream as long as today. Today was a big stream. Yeah. So I'll see you guys later on. So have a good one, and see you next time.